Right, there we go. Today is October 12th. It's a Sunday. We're back out by the river, hopefully for a busy day of ships. Hey Patrick, we're again at Terneuzen. If I zoom out, we're in our regular spot. One day I'll be in Westerschelde again, but today is not that day. Hey Toast, hey Frosted Cookie, hey Giant Ray, Mike V, hello, Dutch Fella, hello, Rhea, moin. Is it noon already? It's just past 12, so I can say good afternoon everyone. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I actually considered going to Westerschelde today, Patrick. It was an option. I have an echo. Do I have an echo? Or do you have the stream on twice, Ulrich? Can anyone confirm there's an echo on the stream that I should look into? Hey Rob. No echo on Twitch? Okay, then I think, Ulrich, you might have the stream open twice. Maybe check all your browser tabs. Okay, no echo, okay, that will be fine. Alright, good afternoon everyone. Malamars, QV, Big Barry, hello, welcome in everyone. Just in time to spot a Roro coming by. It's definitely a livery that I haven't seen yet. It's an inland ship slowly coming in. Is it the Blondine? No, the Monza. Oh, it's named after a racetrack. Vehicles carrier built in 2000 is going to Dakar in Senegal. Hello, Esman. Good morning. Oh, good afternoon. Uthi, good afternoon. No. There's a difference between a vehicles carrier and a Roro QV. I still don't understand it myself, what the exact difference is, but there is a difference. So, voice is clipping again. I'll bump it down a tiny bit. There we go. Thanks for letting me know, Carva. You stop chewing. I mean, you guys are at my chest hole, which is, a while ago I watched a video on the perfect placement of a mic, and apparently the little chest hole you have is the perfect placement for a microphone. But the mic was probably just a bit too loud, so I turned it down a bit. Moin, Kex, welcome. You just tweak the tripod a tiny bit. So I didn't stream yesterday because simply there was no visibility. It was very foggy on the water. Because where I live it wasn't foggy, so I drove out here, and once I arrived I was like, oh no, this is not good. And yeah, it was very poor visibility, so I decided not to start the stream. I did go to the DIY store nearby, bought some stuff. You mean like where your chest bone is? They call it a little chest hole. It's not really like a big hole, it's just... Oh, there we go. First bottle of the day on kick. Classic kick, ban. Here we go. Alright. Maybe I should tighten this up a little bit. Yeah, it's better. Might have to re-level the tripod a tiny bit, we'll see. It's definitely low tide, we'll see it in a minute. Lots of rock formations are visible. There we go. The bottom of the frame. It's quite a tiny Roro. Just 176 meters long. Remember on Friday we saw one that was 230, 37 maybe meters, so heard there was a horn battle in Kiel yesterday as well. A horn battle between two Ida cruise ships. Hey Paul. Low tide will be in 52 minutes from now. There we go. Yeah, I didn't find time yesterday evening, Toast, to integrate. Maybe tonight. Definitely somewhere coming week. Yeah, the spotted one I moved over. Well, it just queries the database immediately. It doesn't scrape the website. We also have exclamation mark ships, exclamation mark total, and exclamation mark MSC. I can add aliases. I didn't know what the aliases were. There it is. So we spotted 990 unique ships since we started keeping track. And we've spotted in total 1,246 ships since April 1st this year. It's a good number. And we've spotted 60 unique MSC vessels so far. Hey Lukash, good morning. Oh, good afternoon. Although I'm still drinking coffee. Maybe that's why I'm saying good morning. I do like when it's low tide and you can see how close they get to the shore. Yeah, I'm gonna have to redo the, hang on. I'm gonna have to level the tripod a little bit better because it's leaning a bit. Okay, I think this will be better. Here we go. Ro-ro ships are designed to carry wheeled cargo that can be driven on and off the vessel, while vehicle carriers, often referred to as pure car carriers, are specialized ships. I guess they can, a vehicles carrier probably cannot take like big containers on and stuff like that, wheeled containers. But yeah, since this one is going to Dakar, I think it's probably stacked with old cars from Europe. That's what we do, right? We drop off our old cars in Africa, and then they have new lives there. Crawled out of bed 10 minutes ago, you degenerate, Uthi. Yeah. Just kidding. It's nice and quiet out by the water. I like it. Very peaceful. Unfortunately, I couldn't park upstairs of the embankment here because there were other cars parked there. So we're downstairs. So we have no visual on the locks. When I arrived, the Primula was in the lock. Primula Seaways. It's interesting. So the strike is still, well, strike. The actions from the pilots are still ongoing. But for some reason, the DFDS ships are not bothered by it. They have like such big priority on the river here that they always just come straight in. And I believe currently there's about 80 to 90 ships still in queue on the coastline. When I left the house, I saw that a lot of ships were starting to move. So let me check radar now, actually, as we watch this one fade away. See what we can expect. So first, let's look what's gonna come in a little bit. Ooh, the Seaway Ventus is coming in, but it's going to Vlissingen, but we'll see it in the distance. It's a sea platform, an offshore support vessel, so that's gonna be cool to see. We have a bulk carrier coming in, behind that a container ship. Oh, it's a Chiquita trader. That's going to Vlissingen. Then a crude oil tanker is underway, and then we have a big bulk here. Let's see. General cargo ship. Oh, the vehicles carrier is going to Zeebrugge. Oh, another one to Zeebrugge. God damn it. General cargo ship. Maybe we won't have that much traffic. We have a bunkering tanker out at sea. That's interesting. Another general cargo ship. Chemical oil products tanker. Another container ship. Well, we got some stuff happening. Coming from the other side. General car, no, that's going to Ostend. Another chemical oil products tanker. Just checking radar. Another container ship. We got the Costco Japan that just picked up a pilot. That's a 330 meter ship. We got a whole load of ships coming in from the north as well, all smaller ships. Then if we look towards Antwerp, another oil tanker that's underway. Oh yeah, I see that one in the distance. Some smaller stuff. Another container ship. What are you? Currently next to also we have the Bowstar, an oil products tanker. I see another tanker. Lots of ships are starting to move, but it might be a bit quiet for the first half an hour. No super big ships though. Alright, back to chat. Oh no! I missed an alert. Let's try it again. Holy moly. Oh, you guys didn't yell at me that I wasn't filming. Sorry. Supposedly in North Korea there are still Volvos from the 1970s being used as taxis. I wouldn't be surprised by that. Hey Volko, thank you for the 7 months of Prime. Thank you for the support. And what did I miss for chatters? Here's a random thing I just noticed in the overlay. But Antwerp is using the Dutch spelling, but then Belgium is name. It's literally holy moly, airliners from the fog to less fog. I saw somebody posted a screenshot of the airliners live stream in my Discord. It was very foggy. There was not much plane spotting happening. It's mostly fog spotting. Thank you for the raid, guys. The text on the overlay QV is just from AIS data, so sometimes they'll spell it in Dutch, sometimes they'll spell it in English, or they'll even use an abbreviation, BEANR. So it could be, there's no choice, it's just how the AIS radar picks it up. Hey Bic. I'm guessing the DFDS captains have pilots. Some do, Akanlas, but not all of them. But maybe all the captains who have exemptions are now active or something, but yeah. I have read that as well. Some have exemptions. Hey Hans, just catching up on stuff. Hey Mr. Posh, good morning. Hope everybody has a dandy and happy ship spotting Sunday. Wow. Holy moly. Another Prime on Twitch. Toby Turbo. What a good name. Thank you for the Prime. 3 months. Thank you. A lurker. Don't hear you chat much, which is fine. What was I gonna say? Okay, let's take a look out on the river while we wait for more traffic to arrive. So we have the Scheldt River dredge that has been dredging back and forth over there for the past few days already, I think, or even week. But that one will not come all the way out here. We then pan a bit further. That is I think it's a bulk carrier. That one was actually passing by as I was setting up the stream. So we missed that one. And if we pan a bit further out, yeah, there's the first tanker coming in. Whoa! Camera, please. Camera's also struggling with the light. What is that over there? What are you? Let's check. Oh, that looks like a reefer, a refrigerated container ship heading out. There's also some barges parked over there, as you can see. Oh, I think I already, get rid of this color correction. Here we go. Zoom out again. Parked on the other side. Let's see what we have there. Looks like another, I think, is that a bulker? I think it's a bulk carrier. It's hard to see from this far. No, that's probably a tanker. Yeah, that's a crude oil tanker probably. With a dredge in front of it. Almost looks like the dredge is on land from this angle. I mean, it really almost looks like it's like tucked into the into the sand with its bow. Okay, and then we also have another tiny dredge over there. That is the situation right now. But yeah, lots of traffic coming in. Is that nuclear? Yes, you are correct. You saw, where is it? I think it's behind the tanker, right? Yep, there. That is Westerschelde, which is a nuclear reactor, a power plant. There's actually talks of they're gonna build one very close to here. Well, they're doing investigations whether it's a feasible location, but on the other side of this massive chemical plant, there's a lot of farmland, and they want to use all that farmland for building a nuclear power station, maybe. Classic Netherlands. Let's just drop it by the border with Belgium. Far away from everything. Personally hope they don't, because I'm afraid that they might add their own restrictions to this area if they do. Which would suck. So that will be the first ship that we see in a little bit, which is a same as we do. I guess a little bit. It's true. There would be a lot of nuclear power plants along this river, and that would be three power plants, one in Belgium, two in the Netherlands, all along the river. Oh, I didn't check coming from Ghent, by the way. Is there anything on the canal noteworthy? Oh, the Primula Seaways is coming out. Wait, isn't that the one that just came in? Oh no, the Humbria Seaways came in. We're gonna cross each other on the canal. Cool. And then I also see, what are you? A bulk carrier coming out of the canal in an hour or two, I think, from now. Right, this is the anthracite. 100 by 60 meters, built this year. Oh, it's a brand new one. It's a brand new ship. It's on the way to Wilhelmshaven in Germany. Hey, Michael. Good afternoon. Indeed, it's a brand spanking new ship. And I also see a container ship now making the corner from Antwerp. Cool, cool. Awesome. The weather is still super nice. Like, there's not a lot of wind. It's not too cold because I'm sitting here in my hoodie. So I have to put on a scarf. I have to keep my neck warm, my neck muscles, for reasons. Oh, there he is. Isn't France also planning on building another one near Belgium? Here we go. But yeah, I think if we wanna do electric cars and make everything electric, seal. Look at that dude. Caught him. Second seal we caught on purpose. Nice. He's gone again. So yeah, there are seals on the river. There's even a few official, just breeding spots known that seals are breeding there. It's like, for example, one of the areas on the river that I cannot fly in is a seal breeding area. You cannot disturb there, so no drone flying there. Hey Kirby. Yes, as I was saying, like if we want to do the whole electrification, get electric cars, get electric heating and everything electric in the world, then yeah, we're gonna need some more nuclear power plants, I think. Solar panels and wind turbines are not going to cut it. That was Steven Seagal. Stevens, there's a lot of Stevens out actually. They're all a bit far away though. You can look at Steven later once he's a bit closer. They're all scavenging for crabs. I really need to buy one of those little collapsible chairs without legs, so I can put them in the trunk and sit in the trunk. So in case you're just joining now, couldn't stream yesterday because I was here, but the visibility was really bad. Like we wouldn't have been able to see the ship that is where it is now. There was a lot of mist on the river. So I decided not to stream. Luckily today the weather's a lot better. There's a guy on a quad who's just driving through the grass. Weird. Some people are interesting. I don't like how quiet it is on the river today. I also saw a notification for traffic on the river for next weekend, next Saturday. Apparently there's a tiny sailboat race across the river towards Antwerp. I still have to look into it, but maybe we can catch that. Then we would be also ordered probably. So I'll look into that. It looks so tiny, this ship, even though it's still 100 meters. Dude, that guy and his squad is going everywhere where he shouldn't be going. He's driving on the wave breakers, driving through the grass fields. Jesus. But hey, I get the cops called on me for standing here. Meanwhile, quad guy is just driving on the grass embankments around the chemical plant. Oh my God. I hear a plane engine. I don't see it. Must be a plane overhead descending. Sounds like it's descending. Did my chat break, or are you guys all very quiet? Just checking. Okay, chat works. Hey, there you go. Transavia to Rotterdam. I heard well. But it's in the clouds. Cannot see it. They're hella loud quads. That's something that I'll give you, Paul. There's actually a lot of places where there are now prohibited in Belgium, at least, that I know of. Like a lot of cities, you cannot drive them anymore. And also, you shouldn't be driving a quad in a city. It's just, it's not made for that. If it looks like the ship is also fully loaded. Transporting some kind of chemical to Wilhelmshaven. So the ship is less than a year old. Hey, Mr. Eamon. Good afternoon. Welcome. Oh, it's a ship for a Uni-Baltic. Okay. How calm the water is. You can clearly see a reflection in it as well. There's still a bit of, I call this moody weather, like the gray weather. It has some moodiness to it. But it's less than yesterday. We got a fishing man for a scale. It's British weather. I mean, I would also say that this is typical weather for winter / fall here. Funny enough, it's a very green color to be called the anthracite. Because as far as I know, that's also a color of gray, or a tint of gray. 0 out of 10 for rust. Well, the anchor's a bit rusty, but that's to be expected. No rust feels good. Well, earlier this morning there was one Maersk ship on the river, but it was too early for me to catch it. About to overtake that sailboat. So there he is, our good pal, Steven Seagull. Oh, did he just catch a crab? He got something. Oh, he already dropped it. Moin, Hushbar. Hey Edo, there's beach motocross at the boulevard in Vlissingen. I highly doubt we'll be able to see it, but I'm willing to give it a try. Alright. So Edo, who lives there, says there's a beach motocross happening. Yeah, there's no chance. I have a camera, not a telescope. Yeah, that's all we see. It's really the curvature of the earth that's in the way for seeing it, honestly. Because yeah, you can see a ship leaving the river, but you only see the top part of it, right? Oh, I do wonder, there was the Seaway Ventus coming in. Is it already? Let's check. Hey John, good morning. Let me check here in a minute. So there is a sea platform coming in. No, it's still beyond the corner. We'll see it in a minute. Unfortunately, of course, the sea platforms don't come up all the way on the river. It will go into port over there by the other sea platform. It's around the corner. Well, that's even worse. Yeah. No chance we're seeing it. So a lot of birds happening actually. English is bad. Nah, your English is fine, Kex. I can understand you. It's sehr good. This is now a bird watching stream or bird spotting stream. Oh, they're all standing on one leg. They all think they're flamingos. All right, let's go back to the ships. So our next bigger one will be a mid-sized container ship, I would say. You like the black and white birds? I like how their beak is very orangey. Nice contrast. So this will be the Schulte, I think. Yeah, the Hubert Schulte. 275 by 40 meters, built in 2012. So that is a 13-year-old ship now. Hey Knut, moin. Hey to Awkward, middag. Welcome, welcome everyone. Where is it going? Oh, it's going to Bremerhaven in Deutschland, or Germany. Hey Jacob, good afternoon. Lots of people arriving now with camper vans. They're all here to chill for the afternoon, I think, just like us. So I'm expecting a nice flow of traffic and a little bit coming in from the coastline, as quite a few pilots have already headed out this morning, I think. The action of the pilots is still ongoing, so that means only during the daylight hours, mostly, ships are on the river, especially the ones going to Belgian ports. If you weren't here on Friday, basically the pilots are in a disagreement with the government. But instead of doing a full strike and shutting down everything, they just work 9 to 5 basically, office hours. Which also means there is a massive, massive queue in front of the river. There's about 90 ships, I think, currently, waiting to come in. So there is a big backlog. And I heard I'm not sure if the actions will continue on Monday, but definitely today there were still actions for the whole weekend. Actually, today is the 7th day of their strikes or their actions. A drone compilation video. Thanks to Awkward. Yeah, so I think I pinned it in all the chats. We released a drone compilation video of all the drone footage that we made during the live streams in September. But of course, it's the recorded footage, so it's 4K. So if you want to see all the footage that we've seen on stream, but in a much higher quality, then you can check out the drone compilation video. I'm not sure if I'll be flying the drone today. I think I wanted to skip this weekend, but maybe if something really cool comes out, I might get the drone out today. We'll see. I use the Google Translator to find the right words. I understand German a little bit, Knut. Like I had it 1 year in school, but just 1 year. So I understand a little bit of German. It's a little bit similar to Dutch, right? This one is going 90 knots. Yeah, it is indeed decent. I think it's about the speed limit. Krankenwagen. Isn't that an ambulance? 2 streams. Hey, Martens. Yeah, Hubert is speeding. I think he's doing about the speed limit. Around 90 knots. It is, yeah. Although I think I'm better at understanding German than speaking it. In Scotland, it's 10 to 2 some day. Oh, wow, not a lot of daylight left in Scotland then. But yeah, and I think in about 1 or 2 weeks from now, around the 21st of October, we also have daylight savings time. And it will be dark a lot earlier, unfortunately. So that does mean for the US viewers, you'll have less stream unless you get up really early. Because I will have to start earlier in the day to catch ships. For us Dutchies, German is easy language. Do you get it in school, Bamboo? In the Netherlands? Because I only had it 1 year and then it was an optional course that I totally skipped on. But yeah, in Belgium, French is mandatory. So I speak fluently Dutch and English, and then a little bit of French and a little bit of German. And a little bit of Latin, but I forgot, I got 2 years of Latin. I almost forgot everything from it. You can choose in German or France, okay. Do you like the movie Das Boot? Man, I think I saw it once, but it has to be like 20 years ago, I think, that I saw it, Big Barry. I can't even remember it. You can speak a little Spanish. Hola, ¿cómo estás? My Spanish is only a few words, I think. Dos cervezas? The Red October, I do remember that one. That's with Sean Connery. The Hunt for Red October. Yeah. Das Boot is really good. Maybe I should look at a few boat movies again. I think the main issue is finding time to do it these days. There's actually a Belgian submarine boat that was made recently in the past few years. But it totally, I'm not gonna say it flopped, but it didn't get any publicity. That would be really weird if that's your package from China that is now leaving Antwerp. All right, let's get some more coffee in me. Yeah, it completely flopped, that movie, Hans. I wonder why. Although I heard people say it's not a bad movie actually. I guess people only want to see stuff with marginalen in Dutch. You watched it? It's too cringe. Do I see the sea platform yet? Let's see. Nope, still not visible. Is it going that slow, the platform? Let's see. Oh yeah, it's going 5 knots. It's really taking it slow. So there is a sea platform coming in at the coastline. If I had known it was going to go this slow, I might have driven out towards the sea more. Oh well, is what it is. We're here now. Have we spotted this one yet? I feel like we've seen this one before. The Westerschelde. Looks familiar as well. Also not that fully loaded. If you look how high she is on the water. Ah, see? Oh, we spotted it quite recently. Wait, that's today. I should tweak that. Yep, we should tweak that at a. But it's the first time that we logged her. My last conversation was at the convention of Star Trek. I do love it. Seeing the bow slice through the water. Such a cool sight. That fisherman is really making for some very scenic shots standing there. I love it. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Look at the reflection of the ship in the water. can tell there's not a lot of wind. He looks so small, the ship, massive. Yeah, and this is not even like a very, very big one, right? Dude, I'm gonna put on a jacket. There's suddenly some fresher wind, some colder wind. The ship was in Antwerp for 4.5 days. That's probably because of the, hang on, I need to move the microphone, please, detach. Why is it stuck? Okay, I think this will work. Let me know if the audio sucks or something. That's probably because of the strikes or the pilot actions. It was probably waiting on a pilot to leave. As there, keep in mind, there's 90 ships in front of the coastline waiting for a pilot, but that also means that there are ships in port waiting for a pilot so they can leave. Is that like? It's a tanker. The Elizabeth stuff. Yeah, I read about it. In Rotterdam, it's the dock workers, right? That are on strikes. We got a coaster heading out as well. It's a Vertum. Dutch fella, it's a Vertum. The Vertum Marianne. Did I read that correctly on my tiny, tiny screens? Karian. Yeah, Vertum Karian. Going to, wow, Ringaskiddy in Ireland. Is that how you pronounce it? Ringaskiddy. Sounds Irish. It's sailing under the Luxembourg flag, the great maritime nation of Luxembourg. Built in 2010. Even more jealous now. Yeah, I heard you like going to Ireland. Ooh, I see a big Hugh Autoliners Ro-Ro as well. Just appearing now, coming from Antwerp. So we gotta keep an eye out on ships, the ship's command, because we're only 6 unique ships away from seeing our 1,000th ship since April 1st. It seems a long way and exposed. So they call these ships coasters, surely, because usually they stay close to coastlines. Because yeah, they cannot really go deep out at seas. That would be a bit dangerous, I think, on these ships. Today is the day. Yeah, today is probably the day that we see the 1,000th unique ship. Unique, it's just so how we track it is every time we see a ship, it adds an entry to the database. But the ship's command is just unique ships that we saw. Because if you see a ship 5 times, that's still 1 ship that we saw, right? Yeah, okay, Toast was able to explain it better. Not spotted before, on stream. I had to make it too complicated in my explanation. I like the design of the bridge there. Like the little curved supports. Oh, ooh, there's a fly on my glasses. Is the software, the overlay? No, it's something I created myself. It's proprietary. So we have exclamation mark total for the total ships and ships for the ship. So in total we've spotted, let's see, 1,250th ship this one is, or sighting. Again, that's since April 1st. So that's only like in half a year's time that we spotted over 1,250 ships. Make it open source? No. I'm not an open source kind of guy. I like to get some return for my work. Then you would see how bad my coding is. Hey, 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 hey. So that is the Roro that's coming our way. Definitely looks like a here to me. Oh, it is. I recognized it. But first we got some other ships coming our way. I think the next bigger one will be the tanker over there in the distance, the red one. There's some small inland ships in between. Hey, Scythe. Lots of shade. Yeah, there's no sunshine yet, although I do think clouds are thinning. So maybe we'll get some sunshine in an hour or two. Cool spot I have. Thanks, man. I like it here. So the red ship is the Bow Star. 182 by 32 meters, built in 24, so she's 2004. So she's 21 years old. She's on the way to Houston in the US. Look at that. Although I'm not sure if she's loaded or not. Can't really tell from this far away. Hey Truls, good afternoon. Are there any more bow ships that got sails? I don't think so, I think they kept it to the Olympus for now. Was it Olympus? Yeah, I think it was Bow Olympus. It's a long trip. I think it will be about 2 weeks. It's not that crazy long actually. It's about 2 weeks. To the south of the US. I'm sure, hang on, my Apple probably, ooh, I hear a helicopter, hang on. Oh, there it is. See if we can catch it on stream. Hang on. Oh, it's so tricky. How do these plane spotters do it? They're so good at it. Still pretty far out though. There he is. We got him. We got him. It's like a tiny private helicopter. All right. Oh no, I lost my chat now. Dang it. Hang on. No, we don't want that. We want this. Okay, I'm back. That was a big ship. Nah, the bigger one will. The biggest ones are still coming. There's a 300-meter one coming later today, Thor. Well, we do get the biggest in the world here. So the 400 by 61 meter ships, we do get them here. It's a Robinson, R44 or R66. Oh, he's off. Oh, we got a tugboat heading out. It's Multitug 33. Muscle car of the river. Yeah, the Multitugs gotta catch them all. Although I think it might be hard to catch them all as they're all over the place. Because I think Multitug is also active. Yeah, it's also active in Rotterdam, so it might be hard. It was an R44. There you go. I've always wanted to visit destination not available. When you see that, that means they didn't enter a destination on their radar system. So you can tell. And off she goes. All right, so our next big ship. There she is. Is that an Otvl tanker? Is it an Otvl tanker? Wow, words, they're hard today. Oh yeah, it's a bow. It's indeed an Otvl tanker, bow star. So we saw a very similar ship got fitted e-sails. When was that? Was that in April? March, April this year, I think we saw that. Time flies. Feels like yesterday when we saw the ship with the e-sails. The Rosen took off from Lelystad. I've been there. I thought there's a, isn't that where the 747 is, like an aviation museum? There's like a 747 where you can walk around it and inside of it. And it's like stripped down. It's really cool to see a stripped down 747. Grab something. Ooh, while I'm here, I might as well get a mint. Flight Sim weekend. Is that like a meetup for people who play Flight Simulator? Like a Flight Sim con. Cool. Ah, hang on. That is very cool to see. Just wish it would have come all the way here, but yeah, it won't. So all the way in the distance there is a sea platform coming in. God, it's impressive to see these things moving. I saw your link, Shirley. Don't worry about the timeout. Now that is a big girl. Let's check her stats. It's the Seaway Ventus. It's classified as an offshore support vessel. She's actually only 142 meters by 50 meters. So she's not that long, but very wide. And she has a whole helicopter platform and then a massive crane, which you can see laying down currently as she's moving. But yeah, very, very cool things to see. As I said, if I knew it was going to go at like 5 knots, I would have driven out towards the entrance of the river to catch it. We'll see it in a little bit when it gets a bit closer to the port of Vlissingen. But yeah, really cool structure. Hey Angie, good to see you again. We got a head-on shot of the bow star. So this one is going to Houston. Oh, what is this? What is this yellow orb in the sky? We got some sun coming out. Oh yes, I like it. I haven't seen you in a while. Yellow orb. Hey Zoo, how's it going? Doing well? Doing well. Enjoying some quiet time on the river. Oh, she's already gone again, the sun. It was a very moment of but it does seem like the clouds are slowly, yeah, getting less thick, so we might get some more sun in a little bit. Hey Hans, thanks for stopping in, man. See you next time. A great Sunday. There's also another, I'll look at it after the tanker has passed, but there's another like barge with stuff on the other side of the river. We'll do a little zoom on it. It always amazes me that a thing of this size can float on the water. It's science for you, but I have it less with this type of ship, but when I see like this massive container ship, that really like hits. Yeah, the 400-meter ones is a lot more like how does it float, or even the Ro-Ro that's coming. Even those things are like massive floating boxes, right? Like you wonder how the hell does this thing float? Look at that. We'll see that one in a little bit. There's a lock on the right, on the left. The lock is on the left from where we are standing. 3 of them actually. Oh, I gotta do my hourly sellout moment while you watch this beauty pass. If you're new to the channel and you like what you see, you like the ship spotting vibes, don't forget to drop a follow if you're watching on Twitch and Kick. For the viewers on YouTube, you can subscribe and then you'll know when I'm live next time. And if you want to go the extra mile to help the channel out, you can always smash the like button on YouTube. That will help other people find the streams as well. And there's a promise, if we reach 1 million subscribers on YouTube, I will rent out a whole boat and we will put a bunch of subscribers on it and we'll sail the river together to go ship spotting. There we go. That was my hourly sellout moment. I really like how the ships reflect in the water today. It will be sick. No, you have to get out here. It will probably leave somewhere along the river. I know there's a few companies who have like big event boats like that. Hey Harry, good afternoon. Harry, if you head out to the water now, you see a massive sea platform going past Vlissing. Well, it's already passed actually. You missed it. I'll show you guys in a minute, the massive sea platform. Oh, she's making a very soothing noise. I got a hefty cold. Okay. Is this the one that says no naked lights? I think it is. Yeah, no naked lights, so no mobile phones. big rumble coming from her now, like a banging sound. We spotted her 2 times. Nice. How long will it take? About 2 weeks, Funky. It'll be about 2 weeks to Houston from here. But it's pretty. So I wanted to check. What is that thing over there? I saw the yellow structure. Oh, I think that's, oh, that's part of one. It's like a part for the jacks. So up in the port on the other side of the river, they build like these massive sea rigs, these massive jacks to put structures on out at sea. This looks like a part for it that's maybe constructed up the river, and now it's transported over there. Interesting. Yeah, I need to tweak the command toast, the scene thing. I'm also going to tweak it so that you don't have to do the number for that command. It will just do the one that's on the overlay, I think. It's more user-friendly. So in case you're wondering, that yellow part, where is it going? Let's see, where is Herema? Further up the river. Yeah, there's one over there. So it is, oh, it's a bit blurry. It is possible that it could be a part to be attached to that structure, that big sea jack over there. Also looks like they might be building one over there as well, just coming out above the tree lines now. And let's see if oh, dude, so am I, Ross. I can nerd out over a lot of things. Okay, we're talking about the big sea platform out near the coastline. There she is. It's a bit closer now. It's still far away. She unfortunately is not going to come by us, but there it is. Massive sea platform. Tugboat is blocking the view a little bit. So like this. Is it really a massive, massive crane on it? So this is not an oil rigging platform. It's really, for example, they can use it to build windmills out at sea. So they can lower these pillars down. It basically hoists itself out of the water. And then there's that massive, massive crane that will be used to move heavy things around. Wind turbines, sorry, yeah. In Dutch we call them windmills, windmolen. But it is indeed a wind turbine. But a lot of people use the term windmill actually for it, funny enough. A Huisman crane, I wouldn't know, Ulrich, I'm not a crane expert. But maybe. I assume we've just passed low tide now, because I think the water's slowly coming back already. Let's do the exclamation mark, tides, let's see. Wait, did I mess up? Is it, oh, it's tide, okay. Ah, there it is, low tide was 12 minutes ago. It's not showing on marine traffic? It's showing on Vessel Finder, the Seaway Ventus. Stay on it for a little bit. There's not much else nearby for the next few minutes, so you can look at the blurry ship in the distance. It's pretty impressive though. What a structure. It's probably gonna go all the way in. So there is another one like those, but that one is abandoned. So that is an actual oil drilling platform, but it was abandoned in 2016. And there's actually an urban explorer who explored it. They had like a little inflatable boat. They crawled on it for 24 hours. It's a pretty bad decay, actually, that one. But then if we go deeper into the ports, you'll see over there, there's a few more of these pillars. So that's where, that's all platforms parked there. That's where the other one will also go to. Yeah, this is 100% a part for one of those jacks. I think it'd be, it's probably like a whole financial dispute thingy, why it has been abandoned. Because there's so much stuff still on there. Everything is still on there. Even personal items were still on the ship of the people who worked on it. So it was abandoned in a rush, or yeah. I don't know why or what the story is behind. I just know it's abandoned. So 2016, it's almost 10 years that it's abandoned there. It's pretty crazy that you can just abandon a massive thing like this. And yeah, I think it's in such a bad state of decay that I don't think they'll be able to repurpose it again. All right, this will be our next big ship that is on approach, which is a Ro-Ro. Hey AJB, good afternoon. It's a Hugh Autoliners. Let's see what its name is. It's the Hugh Detroit, built in 2006. And that's a bigger one, 228 meters long, 32 meters wide. On the way to Le Havre in France. I can't see its capacity. Oh, it's too bad. Why doesn't this app show capacity for the ships? It's built by Daewoo in Korea. It's a Daewoo ship, like the cars. Yeah, they're still doing the actions today, Harry. There's still a queue of over 80 to 90 ships. Oh, that's a good capacity. 7,800 cars fit on this one. Thanks, Canlas. How often do they have to dredge the channel? Continuously, Ross. There's always 1 or 2 dredges active at least. There's actually one active now. Let's see if I can see it. Wait, where did the dredge go? Did it sink? Huh? I don't see it anymore, the dredge. That's if I see it again, I'll show the dredge. But there's a continuous battle to keep the shipping lane deep enough, for sure. Especially as we get the biggest ships in the world here. Yeah. And it's a big tidal river, so. Yeah, Rotterdam is also on a strike. Are they still striking as well? So as you can see, everything here now, there's a beach, there's rocks, but all of this will disappear once it's high tide. So the water will go all the way up to the black line on the wave breaker here. So yeah. Are there bigger Ro-Ros than this? In terms of capacity, the biggest ones now in the world are the BYD Ro-Ros. In terms of raw size, I don't think they're much bigger, but they're probably built differently on the inside, because those can carry, the biggest one in the world right now, it was on the river here a few weeks ago, can carry 9,100, I believe, 9,100 cars in total. That's one of the BYD Ro-Ros. But it's only been since this year that they have these massive capacity Ro-Ros for 9,000. a judge allowed it. Okay, until Monday morning. So I remember that we were here somewhere at the end of December last year. It was a very foggy day, and suddenly we saw the Vieux Aurora, which then, at that time, was the biggest one in the world for capacity. And I think it was 7,600 something. Just saying a number, somewhere in the 7,000 range. And then BYD got new ships at the beginning of this year, subsequently breaking the record for most cars on it. And those do also visit Antwerp. The bow star, you just passed us. So it's now all the way there. That was the bow star that we were looking at, the Odviel tanker from earlier. The Port of Rotterdam tried to make the strike stop through a judge. I do wonder how that works. If people don't want to work, they don't want to work. What are you going to do? Anyway, I'm not into politics, so not really. I think people should do whatever they think they need to do, as long as they don't bother me with it. That is the bow star heading out. After the Hue, I do see another tanker as well coming from Antwerp. Then if we pan a little bit further, there it is. The container ship we saw earlier is about to cross the sea platform, yep. The very loud Smart is here again. Sorry, I'm jumping around all over the place. Sorry, mods, making you sweat. Okay, we'll go back to the Roro now. It's pretty close. There it is. Yeah, so the biggest ones in the world, which we saw 4 of already, can carry just over 24,000 TEUs. So that is 24,000 20-foot containers. If you would line up all the containers that that ship can carry in a line, that line would be over 130 kilometers long. Gives you maybe a better sense of the scale of these things. That is a hell of a long line of containers. Of course, these ships never reach their max theoretical capacity. The current record for most containers carried from Asia to Europe is by ONE, like the Magenta ships, and that was over 22,000 containers in one go. That is the quote-quote world record now. Where is it spotting? This is the Westerschelde River, Manx. It's basically connected to the North Sea, so we're in the Netherlands. It connects the North Sea to the port of Antwerp and Ghent, and some other smaller ports along the way in between. Sluhaven. I don't even know where that is, Dutch. Sluhaven. I'm gonna look it up on my map. Oh, okay, yeah, that's the port at Vlissingen. Oh, I didn't know it was called Sluhaven. Yeah, no, that is a big port. That's where all the sea, like the big offshore vessel we just saw earlier, that's where it's going. I always call it the port of Vlissingen. Apparently we need to call it the Sluhaven. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Put my jacket back on. Yeah, indeed, that is the port closest to you. Looking east side. I think the next ship will be a Stolt tanker. You can clearly see the yellow hull. Also very recognizable yellow. And then if I jump back to the radar for a minute. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming towards the entrance of the river now. So we should be having a busy afternoon for seeing ships. It's good. I like it. Birds are very active, very noisy. Oh, indeed, it fell in the chest hole. Yep, thanks for letting me know, Paul. Indeed, Mike put my vest back on. It was inside of it. There we go, should be better. I really wish, I think the next expansions for the stream setup will be a better mic situation. I really want to have a second mic that I mix in for ambient noise and then a more clear mic for my voice. But yeah, we have to save up a bit of money first for that. Save up a bit of ad revenue. It's 10. Ooh, it's in the evening for you. Wait, that means you're in Australia? I would guess. Without completely doxing you. It's very relaxing. It's the main reason I do this type of streaming now. I really enjoy being by the water. And it's also fun to share it with all of you. It's double, right? It relaxes, but it's also fascinating to see all these massive ships. Tasmania, ooh, cool. Indeed, that is Eastern Australia. For Rishi David, 7:29 p.m. We really have a very international audience then today. I do feel like a lot of people from Australia have been recently finding the stream, even also on YouTube. Hey, East Coast Living. Good afternoon. Just missed your message. All right, here she is. Oh, you are in Malaysia, Southeast Asia. Right. I always like how the bow like slices through the water of these ro-ros. Look at that. Like a tiny little fountain in front of it. Have we seen ships coming from Malaysia? We've definitely seen ships under the Malaysia flag. Yeah, I think it's their logo flag, Toast. But I don't think we've seen a ship that came directly from Malaysia. The thing with a lot of these ships is, especially the ones that do like the long distance journeys between continents, they do a lot of stops in that continent, and then they do one long distance trip. Then they'll do a lot of stops here in Europe, and then they'll be back one long distance trip to Asia. So it could be that after, for example, Malaysia, it stopped in Singapore, and then yeah, it wouldn't be that. Ooh, choo, choo. The Primula is coming out as well right now. We got double ro-ro. Well, although I think this is more like a roco. So one of the fixed DFDS ships between Ghent and Gothenburg, this one. Still a very good looking ship, isn't it? Though she could do a little bit of paint. She's turning a little bit yellowish on the top. I think of all 3 ships rotating between Ghent and Gothenburg, this is probably the least good, well, maintained one, or most rust on her. Well, we can't complain about the DFDS ships. They're always in very good condition. Is this not a ferry? No, it's not a ferry, so there's no passengers on it. Although somebody said that you could book a ticket on it as a passenger, but it's mostly intended for cargo, because if you will look, if I zoom, most of the top is all truck, but it's only the trailers, right? It's not the front of the trucks. So it's literally the cargo that's rolled on and rolled off. In the belly of the ship, I'm assuming that there will be a... Ooh, she's leaning because of the corner. You can see it at the back there, that she's leaning. Yeah, you would think the window suggests a ferry, but it's all just cargo. So in the belly, there's probably a lot of new Volvo cars, as there's a Volvo plant up the river near Ghent. And there's also a Volvo factory in Gothenburg, so I think there's a lot of Volvos being transferred between those 2 plants. They have some accommodation for truck drivers, but it's far from luxury. Yeah, it's not really intended to be like a real passenger service as well. There's no real passenger facilities in Ghent either, where this one docks. Oh, look at that lean. That's a good lean. Look at that. Look how she's hanging on one side. That's cool. She's still leaning, is she? Oh, it's okay, she's coming back now. Is that a police boat? Mantelmeer. No, it's Rijkswaterstaat. It's government. Law enforcement. Okay, so officially it's law enforcement, so maybe it is police. They're speeding up. You hear their engine revving. Look at that thing. So what you look at now, I cannot choose. We have that row, we have the here still leaving us. We got a tanker underway. Busy afternoon. So yeah, very interesting to me, of course, is that all these DFDS ships have 0 delays because of the strike, because they have like the highest priority on the river for some reason. Of course, they pay for it, but very interesting. Got some smaller boats coming. Are they going to be hit by the wake of the... We'll stay on them for a minute. I think this one is going to be hit by the wake of the Primula in a minute. There's the only way before the bridge. That means you have to cross the canal regularly. Because yeah, I also grew up along the canal, so indeed. What a cool streaming. Thanks, Frank. Welcome in. Okay, I think it's underwhelming. Because you see the waves over there, but looks like it faded out before it reached the ship. Oh, you got a very nice motor yacht there. Look at that thing. The little one needs a photo. Yeah, there's a very little wake on the Primula. Very fluid dynamic. You weren't expecting there to be 2? Surprise! Oh, gotta stay focused. It's a good looking one though. Oh, there's a bit of bumpiness. I think that's bumpiness from Imagine if we could buy a boat like this together, chat. We could be on the river ship spotting. It's almost like they're racing. Oh, is there a guy sitting in the front of that one? Oh, yeah, look at that guy, living the life. Alright, let's go back to the bigger ships, shall we? So first we got a little coaster still coming. Let's just look at it for the statistics. But then we got a much bigger tanker as well. Here's a few years salary right there, probably. This is the Ems Lyria. It's on the way to Skikda in Algeria. Also has a week, about a week to get there. Maybe like 5 days. 4 or 5 days. But then next to her, a lot bigger, is a Stolt tanker. Let's see what that one is. The AI is, oh there it is, sorry, I was late, I didn't see. The Stolt Pride, 185 meters long, 32 meters wide, built in 2016, so 9 years old. It's going to Rotterdam. the short trip of the river. She does need a bit of love, doesn't she? It's been a while, but I think it's time to do it, yeah. So often we do, well, sometimes we do rust rating on the channel here. So you guys can vote a number between 0 and 10 on how rusty it is. 0 means there's 0 rust. 10 means this thing should not be floating. So take your time, observe the ship. She's still a little bit out. And then get your vote in. Let me know how rusty you think this ship is. 0, no rust. 10, it should be sinking. It's crazy that this ship is only, what is it? It's only 9 years old. Has it ever been to dry dock in those 9 years? That's crazy. We've got a lot of numbers coming in. Hang on, I'll look at the numbers in a minute, see what the sentiment in the chat is. Also got to film a bit, of course. 4, 7.6, a 10. We've seen worse than this. It's not the worst that we've seen. Pi, 4-ish, 5, 5, 4, 4, 7.2, 6. Ooh, you guys are all over the place. 4 plus, a 5, 3.5. That's very mild. A 7, a 4.2, 4, a 5, a 4, but it looks like a 10. 6s, 666. She's due for dry dock next year. If she still flows by then, she'll be in dry dock. 5, 4, a solid 6, a 5, a 6.9, nice. Another pi. It's funny that it has pride in the name with that amount of rust. There's something to say for that, yes. What is that? Is that like a little bottom bridge? That's interesting. Do you think that's like the control room for the tanker? Also, no smoking, safety first, prevent pollution. Sorry. So, as you all know, of course, this is not a democracy. This is a dictatorship. I have the final say on how rusty this ship is. I am gonna give it a solid 7 out of 10. This is quite rusty, to be honest. Just let's have a slow. How thick is the external? I don't know how thick the plates are exactly, but tankers have a double hull, basically, Ross. So that means they have an outer layer and then another inner layer. So if anything ever penetrates the outer layer, the ship, nothing will leak out of the ship. Also, that space in between is used as ballast tanks for the ship. So all of these ships, when they're empty, they're very high in the water, which makes them, of course, a lot less stable and more susceptible to capsizing. So what they do is they fill up the ballast tanks so they're deeper in the water to have a more stable sailing. It's a blast-proof control room. Wow, that kind of makes sense. Wow, really, I didn't know that it really was like a blast-proof room, that thing over there. That thing sticking out. So if it all explodes, you're good in there. You often don't think about it, but some of these ships are carrying some very dangerous materials. You really got to think about that as well. Like, we look at them, we're in awe, but some of them carry some very toxic or explosive stuff inside of them. Don't get it mistaken. Remember that massive explosion in Beirut, in Lebanon, like years ago? That was also from stuff that came in from on a ship, so. Go back to the little coaster for a minute here. They're carrying some really cool loads, actually. Look at that. What are you guys? Oh, it looks like it's some kind of truck that is wrapped in foil. But I do see, yeah, I do see wheels in the back there. Interesting. That was brutal. Yeah, the explosion was crazy. Are they flying? No, they are not flying the red flag currently. They're only flying the red and white flag. It is a very long trailer, it's true. Lindenau and Kiel builds many double hull tankers. Yep. Yeah, red and white means it's under pilotage. Yeah, I forgot to add that. Yeah, but there's no red flag, which would indicate that it's a very dangerous cargo, or it's about to go pick up a dangerous cargo. A fairground trailer? I was thinking of something like some kind of like, yeah, maybe. It's hard to tell, right? Because it's all wrapped. It does seem like it's some kind of trailer with a big mechanism on it, maybe, that has to be transported in one piece. So it is 298 euros per passenger on the DFDS ships, 200 admin fee, plus 227 for a car. A truck is 1,000. Cool, thanks for looking at the upside. But that's one way, right? Let's look at the stall tanker for a minute as she fades away. So I think there's going to be a bit of a gap in traffic now, but there's a lot of ships coming in on the coastline, which you will see in a little bit. It's wrapped to protect us from salt water. Yeah, 100%. That's why it is. And to keep it a surprise. So it is possible to like sail along on certain cargo ships. There's another line that goes from Antwerp to the Baltics and back. You can also sail on that one for, what was it, like 3,000 euros, I think it was, for 10 days or something. I mean, at one point in my life, I might want to do that. I can't afford it now, but if I ever am able to afford it, then yeah. I would love to do it. I would make a vlog series out of it for the YouTube channel. Or maybe even do a live stream on the ship, if that's possible. That would be cool, live streaming from the bridge. I know Hamburg Haven Live has done it multiple times before. Where did I? Here's my water. Any cruise ships today? No. So we rarely get cruise ships on the river, as Antwerp is not really suited for cruise ships. They do get a few cruise ships a year, like 20 in total, I think, or even that, but they're smaller ones. All the big cruise ships dock in Zeebrugge at the coastline. So that's the only thing we don't get a lot of here. It's cruise ships. It only goes to Sweden. Riding a bike there will be better. I mean, if you like riding your bike, then yeah. Wait, where did the sea platform go? Is it already in port? Wait, am I blind? Yeah, I think the Seaway event is already all the way in port now. Oh yeah, I see it now in the distance. Yeah, it's in port. Okay, so I think the next big ship will be a bulk carrier. Pan a little bit to the side here. There she is. I think this will be our first big ship coming in from a lot of ships that are on the way in. This is the Frida Bulker. Where is she going? She's going to Sleskel. Oh, she's gonna turn into the canal here. So we'll see her nice and close in a little bit. It's awesome. Sitting under the Panama flag. Only 2 years old. Let's see where she came from. Oh, that's interesting. The 30th of September, she went out from Ghent. No, she was in Ghent, and then she went out to sea to now come back into Ghent. Interestingly, before she came to Ghent, she was at the Panama Canal anchorage. And before that, she was in Peru. So this ship came all the way from Peru through the Panama Canal to Europe. Ah, that's cool. When was it in Peru? Oh, no. August 30th, it was in Peru. Is that row? It's leaving. We saw it earlier, the Roro. They are about to cross each other. There you go. Oh, we saw her last Sunday. Okay, okay. So yeah, she went out to sea and now she's coming back in. Interestingly. Oh, we were talking about dredging earlier. I spotted the dredge again. Wait, no, other way. It's super far out, but there is a dredge. But that thing is dredging the river. It's currently dredging that part of the river where she is at. Let's watch out some smaller close by ships while we wait for the big one to come. So we got some kind of support vessel here in the water. They're doing some kind of operation because it's almost in a standstill. This is Multra Ship 5 or Multra Salvor 5 probably. Hey EG, good afternoon. That's probably Multra Salvor 5. Any ideas what it was hauling? No, we never really know. However, there is a massive steel factory up the river to Ghent. So there's a good chance that she was either carrying some kind of cokes, like a coal to make steel, right? Or iron ore. Because yeah, a lot of bulk is for the steel plant of the river. It's an ArcelorMittal plant, which a lot of you might have known or heard about. We have a lot of big steel factories across the world. So the port of Ghent has a lot of that for shipping. It also has a big fruit juice terminal. So we often see a fruit juice tanker here as well. Yes, that is a tanker filled with fruit juices, just as the name states. And then there's also a lot of metal recycling along the canal. Whenever I drive here, I see like massive piles of scrap metal. Although that mostly travels through the smaller inland ships. Okay, so that guy is not doing much. Let's maybe go to the other inland ships. Yes, fruit juice. Because if you think about it, it's easier to transport a lot of fruit juice in a tanker than it is to ship refrigerated fruits across the oceans. So we regularly get ships from Brazil, I think it is, with fruit juices. And I think it's probably also concentrated fruit juice. And they'll probably thin it out here for consumption. Yeah, concentrate, exactly. And then if you look at Antwerp, of course, the big thing there is containers, cars, although Zeebrugge is bigger for cars, but containers, cars, and then an incredibly big chemical section as well of the port. There's a lot of chemical stuff going on there. That's why you have so many of these tanker ships coming and going. Oh, wow, there's so much traffic now. If you zoom out a bit, look at that, all these inland ships moving. Where is the port? So the port of Antwerp is actually pretty far away still, but we can't see them today. Hang on. So if you look above the tree line, it's barely visible. Maybe I can do the digital zoom. You see like a massive chimney there. There's even two. That is the nuclear power plant, and that is basically where the port starts. All the ships sail by this one. It's right next to the big container dock as well. So that's how far these ships still have to go. So actually, once a big ship enters the river here, it is still like a 4-hour journey all the way up to port. 32 kilometers as the crow flies. But of course, if you look at this area on a map, you'll see that the river has like a very snake-like curving movement. There's multiple twists and corners you have to do, which is one of the main reasons why every big ship on the river needs to have a pilot on board. It's mandatory by law. So a pilot is basically a local captain that goes on the ship, has the same rank as a captain on at that moment on time on the ship, and they will command and steer the ship safely over the river. And then there's another pilot who will board at the entrance of the river and will guide it out to sea and get off there. So there's two sets of pilots these ships have. Which is why we are now having this massive queue, because the pilots, the Belgian pilots at least, are on a strike. So they're working a reduced capacity, only during daylight hours. Any reason on the strike? It's pension reforms that the government is doing. So the pilots are officially government employees. There's been a lot of reforms things going on here, and they're very unhappy with it. They already were on like strikes 4 months ago, and then they made some kind of agreement with the government, which both parties had a completely different understanding of what the agreement was apparently. And now the government said no. And they're all very angry now, so. So currently there's about 80 to 90 ships, I think, in queue that are out at sea waiting to enter the river. It's quite a big queue. It is interesting though. So with the whole pilot situation, they're building a brand new tunnel under the river all the way near Antwerp. The way they're constructing it is there's massive prefab tunnel elements that they will lower down in the river to build that tunnel. But those elements were constructed out on the coastline in Zeebrugge, the other port, and then they had to be transported by, I think it was 5 to 6 tugboats over the river all the way to Antwerp. And the pilots were heavily involved in planning and coordinating and executing that. Funny enough, a week after the final tunnel piece was transferred to Antwerp, the government was like, yeah, no, to the pilots. So it's almost like they waited for their prestige project to not get any delays because of the pilots to push him down. Middenhavendam, no, kopje van Canada, Kex. So this, I think Middenhavendam, I think is that part there, right? Right, let's go back to the other side for a minute. So we do have the bulker now, and also, is that it? I know that's the coaster heading out, the general cargo ship. I do see the dredge there as well. No, Canada with a K, not with a C. The main reason for me to stand here is because I can sit, well, I'm basically sitting in the trunk of my car. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. You've seen the Scheldt River. Oh, there's another ship that appeared from behind the Scheldt River. That's a beautiful shot though. I like this. It's like the river is at the perfect height for this shot. So I'm assuming that tugboats will attach to this bulk carrier to guide it into the locks. Good afternoon, Susie. Welcome in. So the question is always with these bulk carriers, how many tugboats will attach? Assuming that it's empty, I'm gonna say 1 or 2, but it could be up to 3 tugboats guiding it if it's fully loaded heavy. To the left is the Caroline Teresa. The tanker came from, let me check. Caroline Teresa came from Amsterdam. Hey Timbite, good afternoon. God, it's super nice out by the river. The sun is coming out now. Ah, glorious. I'm expecting the dredge to make a U-turn any minute now. I know, Rob, I really like this shot. It's really cool, even though it's max zoom. It looks really cool. If you can get a good shot of the Frida, all the existing ones sucked. It's another thing I really want, and next year I really want to get a second camera. So I have one for pictures and I have one for filming. Because I really don't like doing it with the stream camera. That will be a 2026 thingy. I lost my train of thoughts. I was going to say something, but have you ever seen a collision here? No. However, it's funny. So we usually try at least to stream Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, right? But in May, I was not here because of a convention in Rotterdam, and we were actually streaming in Rotterdam looking at a cruise ship as well. The day that I was in Rotterdam, a collision happened right here, just about the direction we are looking at. A bigger ship hit one of these small inland ships, and it literally got like pushed underneath the hull of the bigger ship. Everybody's fine, nobody got injured badly. And I think both ships are even still now floating again. But yeah, we would have probably been here and we would have probably seen that collision happening. live on stream. So accidents do happen on the river. It all looks safe and calm and quiet, but it is, yeah, it is massive, massive ships moving around, right? Yeah. I hope we never see an accident though. I don't want it. They look like webcam pictures. Oh, I was gonna do my hourly sellout moment. We've reached the 2-hour mark of the stream. That's what I wanted to say. If you're new to the channel and you like hanging out by the river here with me, don't forget to drop a follow for the Twitch and Kick viewers. Subscribe if you're watching on YouTube, then you'll see when I'm live again. As I just said earlier, we usually try to stream Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays. Every once in a full moon, I do have another day that I stream, maybe because there's a special ship or something. And of course on YouTube you can always smash the like button. That will help other people find the stream, other like-minded people. If we ever reach 1 million subscribers on YouTube, we will rent out a whole event boat, fill it with subscribers, and we will sail the river together while ship spotting. There we go. Hey Unex, hello from South Africa. Awesome. All the way south, as far as you can go from here. Welcome. Yeah, I don't know how long I will keep streaming on Kick, to be honest. I don't think it's worth it. Like, both Twitch and YouTube channels are growing nicely. People seem to like it, but there's no growth on Kick, so I don't know how long I will be on Kick. Have you thought about incorporating drone shots in the stream? We've done it for the past month, Mushrock, so we do it regularly. It's just with the news over the past 2 weeks about drones, I'm a bit antsy on flying. I have the drone with me, actually. So I can do it at any moment in time if I wanted to. Actually, it looks like the dredge is coming this way now. It's not making a U-turn. And yeah, we do have a drone compilation video. New guy mistake. No, it's cool, Mushrock. It's cool that you asked about it. Because yeah, it's only been recently that we added the drone to the stream. But yeah, there is a small compilation video of September in 4K. So if you want to watch it in high definition, you can take a look at that video. All of those shots were made during the live streams. The drone was crowdfunded. Well, not really, and really a little bit. It was mostly funded by myself. Expensive drone. Do you need a license to fly a drone? Yes, I am licensed. I am a licensed drone pilot now. It's just a 6-hour online course that you have to do. There's no like exam or anything. Look at that, Steven Seagull. Scavenging for crabs again. It's a beautiful video. Thank you, NJ. The MSC Soraya we saw on Friday is heading out again. Okay, cool. Cool. Look at this dude. Am I seeing correct? Is there like heat dissipation on the camera? There is. Interesting. Oh, I think the dredge is doing its U-turn. Oh, it came really far out this time. Is it doing its turn, or is it really gonna? No, it's gonna turn now. Yep. So the ship has been going up and down and up and down and up and down the river for hundreds of times probably by now. Every time sucking up some sediment and dropping it further down the river. It's a handbrake turn. So I want to catch one of these dredge ships with a drone. That would be cool. digital zoomage. So you can see all the structures on board. So this basically works like a big vacuum cleaner. It sucks up the bottom of the sea, it fills itself up, and then it can drop it in like one quick go by just opening hatches in the middle of the ship. Because right now I think she's pretty well loaded. You can even see the... No, I think she's empty. You can just see the suction mouth lowering in the water on the left of the ship. And it's gone. Hey, gentle freak, I wonder how many crabs it sucks up. Yeah, good question. Do we think it sometimes it takes up a seal as well? She's just about to start her next run of vacuuming. Hey, gentle freak. Not sure if I said hi already. About to see our next ship appear from behind. Appear from behind the pier. Tanker first? Yeah, I think so. You can also just see one tugboat is going to attach to the bulker. That one. Stay on that super zoom for a minute here. Maybe we can catch it happening. I don't think she's attached yet. I don't see any line so far. Hard to see if this tugboat is in front of it or behind it. I think it's in front of it, this one. It's still not making any moves to pick up a line from the ship so far. Waiting and waiting. I don't think so, Susie. I think it will be empty because it was in Ghent a week ago. It was already in Ghent. And then it went out to Anchorage, and now it's coming back in. So I think now it's going to pick up something again in Ghent. I think it was waiting for orders out at sea. And before that, this one was in Peru. So that is quite the trip from Peru to here, through the Panama Canal. Dude, I really want to catch but they're going to hide behind that pillar in a minute. That would suck. Stay on it. Yeah, not Anchorage, Alaska. Still nothing. Oh, the water is so calm today. Wait. Yeah, there's already a tugboat behind it, I think. Anyway, okay. Well, I think this is a beautiful shot. Look at the reflection in the water. It's so quiet, the water. It's almost like a mirror. No, it's gonna come by us, Rishi, and then take a right-hand turn towards Ghent. Is it a tug behind? I think it looked like a tug. Maybe it's a tug, maybe not. But yeah, we'll see it right in front of us. It is a tug behind, yeah. So she'll probably have two tugs, one in the front, one in the... I think it's attaching now. Maybe we can catch it, catching the line. Yeah, I think we're getting ready to attach now. Let's see if we can see it. Such a crazy operation. Inching closer to the hull. We might just miss it actually. Oh, there it is. I see the line. There it is. So I believe how it works is they lower a small line and then they will hoist up the thicker line from the tugboat. So yeah, they're probably attaching it now to the thicker line. No? Or this is the thick line, I think. No, there it goes. Now they're pulling it back in. Or not. I see the rope go up and down continuously. We're missing the Teresa a little bit, but I do think this is cool to look at. Yeah, there he goes. Now the rope is coming up. Maybe not. Looks like they're struggling with the rope. Hey, Stutler. Now they're lowering more rope. Oh no, I think they're done. They're attached. Yeah, they're pulling it on a tension. Yep, there it is. They're attached. Cool. Right, let's go for the Teresa now. Oh, look at the reflection in the water. That is beautiful. She's also definitely empty. She reflects in the water, and the water is reflecting on her hull. She's pretty scratched up. Yeah, a little bit rough. how you can see a reflection in the water. It's beautiful. We have some nice sunshine now. Meanwhile, if you look towards the east, what we're looking at now, some darker clouds that are slowly fading away. Wait, are they fading away? Or are they coming towards us? That might actually be coming towards us. Dang it. Our moment of sunshine might be short-lived. What are they considered? Not sure. Could be the ballast tanks that are being cycled. Wow. So how ballast tanks works basically is, let's say they need to use their ballast tanks because they're empty and they want to be higher, deeper in the water for stability. They have to fill up the ballast tanks in the ports, but they cannot keep that water in their ballast tanks all the way to the next port because that would be an ecological risk, biodiversity risk. So they have to cycle the water every few, I don't know, every X times. So they might be doing that. They might be cycling the seawater out for local water now. And I'm not sure if that is the cycling that we're seeing here. All right, let's go to here. So the bulker is almost from behind the pier. I do see you have another coaster coming in as well. Oh, wait, where did my app go? What the hell? Okay, I'm back. Let's check out where this coaster comes from. This is the Wilson Drogheda. It came from Glomfjord in Norway. She looks pretty full. General cargo ship. Going to Antwerp, 88 meters by 12 meters, built in 2008. Sailing under the Bahamas flag? Is that a Bahamas flag? No, St. John's, Barbados flag. Okay. No, those thick clouds we were looking at are coming directly at us. No, the sun was so nice and warm. Hey K2, I'm doing well, dude. I'm doing well. I'm glad that we're able to stream today and that the visibility is good. For those of you who were here yesterday, well, who are in the Discord know already, but I was here yesterday by the river, but there was very dense fog, so it was not worth it live streaming with poor visibility. All right, meanwhile, the big bulker is appearing, so maybe one more coaster. Let's also take a look at that one for the stats, as they say. This is the Eames or Eames Transporter, another general cargo ship, 89 by 14 meters, came from Kiel Anchorage. Well, actually, it came from Szczecin in Poland. Szczecin, I think I pronounced it correctly, Szczecin. And then it went through the Kiel Canal all the way here. And then if we zoom out just a tiny bit, there he is. That's the big bulk carrier coming in. Oh yeah, I remember seeing this one last week. Because it had like the big pillars on the side, which it can also be used to like transport logs on the top of the ship. Yeah, I remember now. Oh, Multitug 35, snapping in front. Oh, that's a brand new tug, 2024. It's a pretty new tug. Cool. Oh, we got a crude oil tanker underway. Ooh, I'm excited for that. You don't get much of those either on the river. And then there's a container ship now at the entrance. 2 container ships at the entrance. Another general cargo ship. Another general cargo ship. Oh, there's such a big stack of ships coming in the next hour to 2 hours. Another tanker. Another container ship, another general cargo ship, another general cargo ship. My goodness, and then coming from the north, we have an LPG tanker, another general cargo ship, another general cargo ship, another general cargo ship. It's gonna be busy in the next 2 hours, I think. Wow. That's exciting. I love these shots when the water is this quiet. It's beautiful. Look at that reflection. It happened. We've spotted over 1,000 unique ships since April. Yeah, we missed number 1,000. Damn it. Well, on to the next 1,000 shippies. I should also make a today command. That would be a good one. Then we know how much we've spotted today, and then most ships that we spotted in a day as a statistic. I think that would also be fun. Then we can try to break the record for most ships in a day. Do-do-do-do. Hey Beezer, good afternoon. Greetings from Ireland. We had a ship going to you earlier. Or no, it came from Ireland. No, it went, the Vartom was going to Ireland. Hey Chris, good afternoon. How unusual, it's like, yeah, I was talking about it before, how it's cool how we see the reflections. Well, now there's a bit of turbulence in the water because of all the ships that came by, but earlier it was like a mirror. It was really cool. But yeah, there's almost no wind, so I guess it makes sense that the water's pretty quiet then. You see the rusty Stolt tanker in the distance. It's about to head out, about to leave the river. Unfortunately, thicker clouds have come in again, so I think we've lost the sun for the next significant amount of time. You can see the waves hitting the shore now. That's from the coasters. Wait, where did that one come from? Is that another one that we missed? The one next to the bulker? Because I see three now. Three coaster ships. So yeah, the Ames is right next to me, but the one that's on the right I haven't seen yet. Did we have it on the overlay? Did I miss it? Let's check on radar again. There it is. The Nicole. The Nicole came from Hamina in Finland. So quite a trip on a little coaster like this. There she is, 114 by 14 meters. long but narrow. Frida looks rough though. She might also she also needs a little bit of paint and some love. If you look at her hull, very scratched. So impressive to see how close they get to the shoreline here, especially as it's low tide. It must be such a steep drop off. I don't know why I got the channel recommended, but it's dope. Thanks, Mo. Welcome. Hope you enjoy the relaxing ship spotting vibes. So after this big bulker, we might have a little bit of a gap in traffic, but there's a ton of ships coming in at the coastline right now, including a 320 meter container ship. So a bigger one. So in case you're wondering why does it have these tugboats attached to it, this is not because she cannot go on her own power, it's to help her maneuver. So help her take corners, and then once they are around the corner here, they will go take a corner in a minute, they have to maneuver into a lock. Because the canal leading up to Ghent is not a tidal river, it's a canal. So you need to go through a lock. Unfortunately, I couldn't park up the hill here, otherwise we can always see the locks on stream as well. But today I'm downstairs. I take a photo? No. Can't be bothered at the moment. I want a second camera for photos. There's a lot of people on deck there. Oh, they're just chilling. They're waiting until they have to do the mooring lines. There's an empty bulker that's gonna come out of the canal probably, yeah. I mean, yeah, they probably had some work attaching the tuck, and now they're waiting for the lock, and they'll have to do the mooring lines there. Once the sun is gone, it's really chilly. What a difference. You can see she is quite empty. You can see her rudder sticking out. Ooh, might have to. After this bulker, I'm gonna tighten up a screw on the camera because it's a bit wobbly. But as you can see, her hull is in a pretty rough state. She could use a lick of paint. Just a little bit of paint, right? Just a little bit of scratch marks on her. I do wonder what she will be picking up along the river as she's empty. I wonder if she's gonna pick up the big piles of scrap metal. Because what was her end destination? Sluiskil. That is where the piles are, I think, the piles of metal. So it's possible that she's gonna pick up metal, scrap metal. A rust rating 3. There's not much rust, it's mostly scratch marks actually. And just the paint chipping off. As you see, she's taking the corner here, and then she will disappear behind those scars over there. So there's websites, you probably heard of Flight Radar for flights. There's similar websites for ships where you can just track them on a map. There's one called Vessel Finder, and then there's one called Marine Traffic. Those are the two major ones. So that's how you know all the info of the ship, because of course all these ships have radar, and they transmit certain data through that radar, and that's how the websites track them. Really cool if we zoom a little bit. There's people for scale. Giant duchies. Alright. It's pretty cool if you look at the embankment. So usually we stand on top of the grass, but there was a car when I arrived there, so you couldn't see the cranes disappear on the land. It's like it's gliding into the land. Okay, now we have a bit of a gap, and I think our next big ship will be a crude oil tanker, which is something we don't get that often. Yeah, that's over there. That is a crude oil tanker. But before that one's here, I'm gonna retight one of those. Am I the radar tower? The radar tower is right over there. That thing over there, that is a radar tower. So we're just left of it. Hang on, this is gonna look a bit wobbly for you guys, but I have to tighten the screw here. Yeah, that's a lot better. Okay. Let's mount you again on the tripod. There you go. Until the tanker is there, so a lot of stuff entering the river right now. Let me show you. So we also have a container ship from MSC, our first MSC ship of the day. Yeah, I know. Dutch fella, I looked at radar earlier. I was like, wow, that's a lot of ships coming in. Got that one, and then I think that is a 300-meter container ship that's coming. Although that one might actually be behind. Anyway, lots of stuff coming. But we'll stick to the small traffic until the bigger ones are close. An inland tanker ship, I think, or no, just a regular inland ship coming. Ooh, the crude oil tanker is from this year. It's shipped Sunday. Well, it's mostly because of the pilot actions, the pilot strikes. So all the traffic has to come in, well, as much as they can, of course, through the daytime. So it gets really, really busy during the daytime. Because at night the river is really dead now. And I think I see another either tanker or bulker coming from Antwerp as well. Cool. About 60, there's currently a queue of over 80 to 100 ships, I believe, in total for both Antwerp, Ghent and Zeebrugge. I think it's close to 100 ships queuing because of the pilot actions. I think on Friday evening it was 120 ships that were in queue. Funny thing is, from what I've read in the news, the government has zero urgency from what I've seen on negotiating again with them. It's crazy. You think such an important economic thing as the ports, there would be a sense of urgency? Apparently not. Hey Soren, good afternoon. So after this we have some more smaller traffic, and then the crude oil tanker is slowly getting closer. As it has no picture and it's a big ship, I'll make a photo of the oil tanker so we can upload it, and then our photo will be the photo that they use on Vessel Finder. Small armada of inland ships coming towards us now. What, landing crafts? No, they're inland, they're river ships basically. So these ships are not intended to go out at sea. They're not built for that. Although there is a special exemption for these ships that they are allowed to go out at sea here from the river to Zeebrugge. So some of them do go out a little bit at sea, but not all of them. I do miss the sun that we had half an hour ago. Let's go back to the oil tanker. Nothing too special on these ones. Oh, that's a cool shot with the container ship behind it. Let me check the specifics on this one. So this is the Dune. It's a brand new oil tanker built this year. It's not that big. It's 250 meters long, or 249 meters long, 44 meters wide. So very typical for these oil tankers that they're pretty wide. And when they're fully loaded, it's a lot less impressive than when they're empty, because most of the hull is now in the water, but when they're empty, they're like super tall, sticking out of the water. This one came from Spain, Bilbao, but I think it just dropped off some oil there, because before that she came through the Suez Canal and she left Yanbu in Saudi Arabia. So I'm pretty sure she's delivering some Saudi oil to us. She's 4 months old. She was named in July 2025. It's a pretty new ship. It's possible that this is her first time in Europe, actually. That maybe the trip to Saudi Arabia was her first assignment. Coming from China, although 4 months, that's a bit long though. And she took the risky route. She went through the Suez Canal. It's pretty ballsy these days, taking the Suez Canal. Most ships take the Horn of Africa and go all the way around South Africa to come here. Again, a very amazing shot with the little sailing boat in front as well. Really cool. All right, Toast. Good timing. Got a big gap in traffic. You see a very familiar shape coming up the river. You mean the dredge? Yeah, we've seen her earlier, the Scheldt River. Or do you see something else? She looks front heavy. It could be an optical illusion. We'll see when she comes by us. Oh, sorry. Push the button. Oh, is that a familiar ship for you, the Eames? We already had one Eames ship earlier. Is there another one? The Eames Sky. Yeah, there's a whole armada of ships coming in now at the river entrance. It's look. If you have vessel finder or marine traffic, you have to look at Vlissing and the entrance of the river. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 ships coming in at the same time almost. It's pilot's rush hour. It's one of the first ships you started working on. Oh, okay, cool. Is it true that I transform into a speedboat at the end of the stream? that I'm an Autobot. Well, you'll have to stay until the end of the stream to know if that's true or not, Meaty. I'm not gonna give that away. Two waiting every 150 in total. But there's always like a few dozen ships parked there, so that is normal. Because sometimes ships just park there waiting for orders, or they're waiting for a port berth to be freed up. There are many reasons why a ship is anchored there. It's just cheaper for a ship to wait out at sea than it is to wait in port. Because yeah, then you pay port fees and stuff like that. So it's easier even for a ship. Let's say you're in Antwerp, but you need to wait on a specific cargo for 4 days, even 3 days or 2 days. Then it's cheaper to pay the pilot fees to guide the ship out of the river and wait for 2 days out at sea, and then pay the pilot fees to come back in than it is to pay the port fees to be in port. So that's why there's always a bunch of ships parked there. But of course there is an exceptional queue now with the pilot action. Look how wide she is. Oh, that's cool. This really shows you how wide these oil tankers are. They're a lot wider than the regular chemical tankers. Look at that. What a shot. Oh, that's actually a really cool. Look at the coaster, the Eames Sky. That's the ship actually that AGB was talking about. This is perfect for scale, this shot. That shows how big these crude oil tankers can be. And this is not even like a very big one. There's a lot bigger ones. Oh, that's really a cool shot. I love that. She's also leaking from both her anchor chains. Maybe they're washing the anchor chain. Melina never... She'll be back at some point, but she probably has a big assignment in the UK for a few months. You do not want to park your road in front of that. No, exactly. A few months ago, we saw 2 guys on jet skis on the river doing dangerous things next to these ships. Very irresponsible. Yeah, these things don't have a brake on it. You got to realize if you want to bring a ship to a stop from like cruising speed, it can take up to half an hour to come to a complete stop. This thing has no braking mechanisms. This thing has to slow down slowly. So if you are in front of it and you can't get out of the way, you're going under it. There's no stopping that. But imagine if you would have a car, but your car needs half an hour to come to a complete stop. Might be a challenge. Is it a wave in front of it? Is it color blur? I think it's color blur mostly. There's not much. The water is very quiet today, actually. We've had a lot windier and wavier days. Earlier the ships were even reflecting from the water, how quiet it was. The tanker is crying. A little bit. Chat, remind me that I have to make a photo of this one, because it doesn't have a photo yet on the radar website. So we will add it and get credit for it. There is a bow wave, yeah, but I don't think this one has much of a wave in front of it because it's so deep in the water. We'll see it when she comes by here, but it doesn't look like she has much going on in terms of creating a wake. Then again, she's still a few kilometers from here. Cool name for a ship as well, June. It's happening, chat. I'm gonna get my gloves out, I'm cold. Wait, where are my gloves? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are they already in the trunk? Ah, here's my gloves. Thanks. Not the boats, but the people on them do sometimes, Moody. We've already had 2 times that a person that was on a ship that came by was waving at us. Both were viewers actually of the stream. We had Dutch fella do it, and then another guy that was on an inland ship who was watching on YouTube. Does it have the new tanker smell? Just like a car. New car smell. New ship smell. Guilty as charged. And we might have another wave from Dutch fella in a few weeks from now. Potentially, maybe. There's a chance that we could have him wave from an even bigger boat at us. The Eames is camera shy. She's behind the pier. She'll appear later. I'll film her a bit for you. Don't worry. Yeah, cargo ships are also christened. Like they do have a ceremony handing them over. So she's slowly creeping towards us. How fast is she going actually? She's taking a real slow pace. She's going 12 knots, while the Eames Sky is only doing 9 knots, even slower. And then there's an MSC container ship coming at 60 knots. So if we pan a little bit to the side, you'll see her in a minute. You'll see the container ship that is quickly catching up to the tanker. But God, that thing is wide. Hey Hamid, welcome. Yeah, there's a container ship coming. That container ship is going about 3 to 4 knots faster. So after this, tanker traffic will pick up again. Lots of ships coming now. Oh, I think the big container ship is actually now just approaching. Let me check. See something big on the horizon. That must be this one. I see the MSC Carole, a 328-meter ship. Yeah. There's a Costco Japan as well. That was also a big one coming in. Wow, there's so many ships now. There's 3 boats delivering and picking up pilots right now. That's crazy. At the same time, usually it's 1. Oh, the Costco Japan is the smaller. Oh, that's that one. Okay. The Drake edition. We still have yet to have a good answer on why we often see these ships like leaking water from their anchor holes. But I still don't know why. Someone said it's cleaning the anchor chain, but we've also seen ships do it while they're leaving the port. So that doesn't make sense that they're cleaning the anchor chain. So I still don't know. I don't think it's the ballast tanks that are being emptied through that hole. So I still don't know what they're cycling for water. Maybe one day we'll learn. Yeah, I don't think it's the discharge of the ballast. I think that is through a hole lower in the hull. I don't think that goes through the anchor holes. The water from the anchor holes is also water from the fire system, so it will be cleaned. So what, is it just the water tank that's being cycled then? For fire suppression? Maybe they're emptying it because they're now close to port. But again, we've seen ships that leave the port do it as well. Hey Gallifreyan, good afternoon. The boat is crying. Okay, remind me to make a picture when she's close enough. She's still a bit far out for a picture. This is how far she is in real life. Why is the boat crying? Because you made it sad, Moody. Cooling system for the engines. I would also assume that goes through the hull of the ship, not through the anchor holes. Most of the time, the switch that runs the hydraulics for the winch also switch on the deck. The wash and anchor wash pump. So it is just anchor washing that they're doing, maybe. It can also be that they're washing the deck. You can keep anchor wash valves open to relieve some pressure. Also, they're maybe cleaning the ship and this is just overflow on both sides so much. Interesting. So there could be many reasons, basically. But yeah, it looks funny though. It's like a little waterfall from the front. So a brand new ship, built, delivered in July this year. Came from Saudi Arabia. No, it says no safety smoking first. Gotta read it correctly, Jens. Okay, I'm gonna switch to photo mode for a minute here. So it might look weird for you guys, don't worry. Let's go to AV mode. Oh yeah, that's the annoying part. I have to like look through the monitor to do it. Oh, see, I need a second camera for pictures, dude. You should be able to keep hearing me because I'm using the mixer, but we'll make a few pickies so we can upload them to the radar website. One more. There we go. Let's go back to a video mode. One more. Yeah, but it doesn't explain, washing mud off the anchor chain would not explain why they do it once they leave port. We've seen plenty of ships do it when they leave the port as well. So yeah, she's definitely already a bit empty, judging by how high she is. So she dumped up quite a bit of oil in Spain, and now the rest will probably be delivered here in Antwerp. I gotta say, for a ship that is a few months old, bruh, already skid marks on her. Look at that, another one there. And then it gets even a little bit worse at the back, just a little bit further. There, some more skid marks on her. It's probably from the pilot boats, because the gangway is there as well. Look how long that thing is. It's a long boy. There's so many ears with no in it. No, there's two sets of numbers. One is IMO. There. Okay, can you see it, Jens? IMO. And there's another one that is more, that I use more. Well, the database system, for example, that we use to track the ships is MSSI number. So that's two unique identifiers for a ship. But IMO, all the big seaworthy ships have an IMO number, and all ships have an MSSI number. So also the inland ships, they have an MSSI number. So the MSI is what again? Oh yeah, there it is. Maritime Mobile Service Identity. It's attached to the ship's radio equipment. Oh, I didn't even know that. Thanks for that command. I learned from my own command. And they have the IMO, that is the International Maritime Organization. I didn't know that, yeah. Thanks for letting me know, EG. It was. Hoi.
Er alles wat voorbij komt? Of,
Ja, het is heel druk vandaag. Er komt nog heel veel binnen ook nu.
Dat leeft wel op.
En er komt heel veel binnen nu.
Ja, opkomend water, hè?
Ja, en de Belgische loodsen zijn nog aan het staken. Dus ze werken enkel overdag. Waardoor dat er altijd 's ochtends veel verkeer naar buiten gaat en nu in de namiddag veel verkeer terug binnenkomt.
Ja.
Maar 's nachts werken ze niet, de Belgische loodsen op dit moment. Dus daarom is het overdag wel vrij druk nu.
Meer geld of?
Pensioenhervorming. Ze zijn niet tevreden.
Ja, maar bij ons een ramp. Bij jullie wordt het een ramp. Want in januari gaan wij ook over. Van een heel goed pensioen naar iets waar ik helemaal niet op zit te wachten. Want dan gaat het op beleggingen gaan ze kijken. Van, goed, dan krijg je erbij. Dan gaat het slecht, dan gaat het eraf.
Ja.
En onder Trump weet je absoluut niet wat je kan verwachten.
Dat is waar.
Dus ik ben op mijn dood dat ik straks naar beneden kelder. Ja, voorlopig hebben ze nog gezegd dat je 10% meer zou kunnen krijgen. Maar dat zie ik nog niet gebeuren. Nee. Maar ik vind het nog niet zo druk vandaag. Maar, van de week waren we hier zo, en dinsdag of woensdag, precies. Het was echt heel druk.
Ja, dat was ook door. De staking is al de hele week. Het is al sinds maandag dat ze de actie voeren. Dus daarom, sommige momenten gaat het heel druk zijn. Normaal is het meer gespreid over 24 uur wel.
Ja, maar dat trekken die boten draaien niks van aan hoor. Die logistiek die is gedaan al.
Ja, maar de loodsen zijn verplicht. Ze mogen niet zonder de loods de rivier op.
Nou ja, het kan zijn dat ze meer werken dan.
Ja.
Ik ken die man niet, maar ja, het zal wel goed zijn. Ja, gewoon een hefstukje lopen.
Ja.
Voor de krabben weet.
Dag. Sorry, lady came for a chat. Did I miss stuff? Sorry if I missed something. The first 3 digits in the MMSI identifies the country. Oh, I didn't even know that. Thanks, Scallywag. That's cool info. So I was saying to the lady that the Belgian pilots are on a strike because of pension reforms, and then she started complaining that in the Netherlands it's no better. She's also starting next year. And then she started talking politics because she mentioned the orange name, and I was like, I'm not interested in talking politics. All right, so this is the Helios Avatar going to Flushing in the UK. There we go. 183 meters by 32 meters, built in 2015. So this one is 10 years old. Hey Elizabeth, good afternoon. Hey TV Rock. Meanwhile, a whole load of ships is now moving on the river. It's gonna get busy over the next hour, I think. First is a MSC container ship, the first of the day. We also have an inland ship and a coaster next to it. I hope the AI is ready for this because it's gonna be rush hour. So this is the Ames Sky, right? The one in the middle. Yeah, the tanker's pulling away from the Ames Sky. So this is the MSC Kunming, is the container ship. Came from Gothenburg in Sweden, feeding to Antwerp. Built in 2024, so only 1 year old. 172 meters long, 28 meters wide. Then we have the Dutch Pride. That is the small inland, the riverboat that we see. What a good name, the Dutch Pride. On the way to Roeselare, that's very much inland in Belgium. And then behind that we have the Ames Sky. And I also think there's going to be a bulker coming out of the canal here in a minute because I see a tugboat coming out. MSC fleet, yeah, let's do, hang on, we have a command now that I added on Friday evening, exclamation mark MSC. So we've already spotted 60 unique MSC ships so far. The port of Antwerp is very MSC heavy. So yeah, the Ames Sky came from Middlesbrough in the UK, 86 meters long, 12 meters wide, built in 2008. So she is aging. The Ames Sky is going really, really slow though. Where is it going to? We don't know where it's going. Destination not available. It might be going into the canal. We still have about 600 MSC ships to spot. Well, I already see the next MSC ship in the distance. So maybe +1 in a little bit. But I think the Ames Kunming, the MSC Kunming, we've already seen before. So that's not a new one. There's actually 2 MSC ships underway. One of them I know we've seen before, the other one I don't know. We saw her in June. Hey, there it is, June 8th. I remember the name, Kyungming. She's flying. Gotta stay up with her. Also, I see that we've already passed hour 3 of the stream. I have to do my hourly sellout moment, of course. If you like the ship spotting that we do here, or hanging out by the river, don't forget to follow if you're watching on Twitch or Kick. If you're watching on YouTube, you can always subscribe, and then you'll see when I'm live next. Of course, on YouTube, you can smash the like button. That will help other people find the stream, and that's it. Well, I also made a drone compilation video, so we often fly the drone on stream as well, just not today. Well, just not this weekend. But I made a 4K compilation of the drone shots that we made on stream in September. So that is on the YouTube channel as well. There we go. I already saw that moment done. This one seems to have an open loading hatch for containers in the middle there, so it's without a hatch cover on the top. I guess you mean it's just open. Yeah. It could be. She's probably not that deep compared to the big container ships. And then, of course, familiar ship for AGB. First ships he worked on, the Ames Sky, a coaster ship. It came from the UK, right? Yeah, Middlesbrough, UK. This one came from. And then we won't have much time because we're already gonna start jumping to the next one. I don't think so, EG. I haven't seen it at least. We have a bigger one coming already around the corner. Is that one docked there? Oh no. What? Whoa, what happened? Is he in problem? Is he in trouble? What is that inland ship doing? Is he okay? I see his engine revving. So I'm sure he's in control. But he's going dangerously close to the edge there. Hope he's well. Did he lose steering maybe? So I was gonna say there's a big container ship coming, but I'm distracted by the inland ship drifting towards the shoreline. Oh, is that the Dutch Pride? Oh no. Oh, we'll keep an eye on her. She's drifting dangerously close to the edge in my opinion. I've never seen a ship there. They had to go number 2 badly. They just parked up there to go poo-poo. Okay, they're moving forward again now, so I think they're fine. Interesting. This is the... Do you have it in chat already? No, we don't. Thank you, mods. Costco, Japan, 334 meters long. Probably the longest ship we'll see today, actually, in terms of length. 43 meters wide, built in 2010. Let's see where she actually came from. Costco, Japan. She came from Bremerhaven, and before that, Hamburg. She's speeding. She's doing a nice 17 knots right now. Okay, I think the Dutch Pride is good now. He's moving forward. Slowly, picking up speed. That was weird to see the ship drifting towards the... It's an unusual color. We've seen black Costco ships. It's not Costco shipping, this is Costco. It's probably the same company or related to each other, but there's the Costco shipping ones and then there's the Costco ones. But I feel like we've seen another Costco one that was all black as well. Is it Dutch Pride? I think so. It's going to Roeselare, which is past Ghent, deeper into Belgium. But that's a weird spot to be waiting, honestly. Most ships wait at the entrance of the locks to go in. It's still drifting there quite slowly though. It's barely moving forward. I can take a look at it in a little bit. Very dark ship. It's almost like Venta black. There's like a matte black paint on it. Yeah, look, even if I zoom, it's like it's absorbing the light. It stopped again, Professor. Yeah, it's barely moving. I wonder if it's in trouble or not. No, they're not. They're not on a proper strike road. They're doing action. So what they're doing is they only work during the office hours or daytime, basically. So at night, there's no ships going to Belgian ports. But during the daytime, they are all working, the pilots. So that's their actions, which is still causing like a backlog of over 100 ships. So it's still causing a lot of economic damage to the government and the port, which they want to do. No smoking anywhere on the ship. There's usually dedicated smoking areas if you really want to smoke. But in general, yeah, you won't be able to, you will be allowed to smoke anywhere. Wasn't it Costco that was starting to use fat black paint on some ships? This definitely looks like fat black paint if you if that is a thing. What about vaping? No idea. Ah, the big bulker is coming out in a minute here as well. I already see it appear. Wow, that one is high. Holy. Hang on, let's look at that thing. Look how high that hull sticks out. Let's just stay over there, not film the people too much. Something like this. Wow, look at that. Completely empty bulk carrier, super high in the water right now. The Guardian. It's impressive. A lot of text on the superstructure there. Safety first. What? Conserve the energy, no smoking, preserve the environment. Okay. Thank you for all that. The ship is like one big slogan. This gives you an idea of how when they're fully loaded, they don't look this impressive, but this is how big these hulls actually are. How deep these cargo holes go. Must also be a very, very big climb for the pilot to get off or on. It's interesting, there's no gangway out for the pilot. Maybe on the other side today. Other side of the... Because usually you can see the rudder. Yeah. Good point. Usually the pilots get off on this side of the ship. Also look at that emergency vessel. That is a big drop if they have to abandon ship. Ooh. That is, how much meters would that be? It's like a 20-meter drop? No, 15, 20 meters? Is it mandatory? I think it's for safety. I'm not sure if it's mandatory, but it's all about safety precautions. Because, for example, this is a bulk carrier, right? But it's possible that this thing will carry some kind of ores that create some kind of gases in the cargo holds that are very flammable. You don't want any fires near any of that or the whole ship will kaboom. I think somewhere this year it even happened, like a ship exploded. Like one of the front cargo doors, like these are massive steel hatches, blew right off because one of the fumes in it was a fertilizer, another one, yeah. So you don't want any flame material near that. Gallifreyan says it's coverage from the owner of the ships, basically. If they write it there and there's an accident, then they're like, oh, we warned them, it's big on the ships. It's not our responsibility anymore. It's the responsibility of the guy who was smoking. So it's maybe also an insurance thingy. Any such ship? Well, we had the Dutch Pride who almost stranded earlier, but now it's moving again. So this inland ship was right over there in the corner, almost washing up on the shore, but now she seems to have regained power and she's moving forward swiftly. Methane gas from coal. Yeah, that's the one that I was thinking of. Oh, is that the one? Yeah, I think that's the one that I was talking about, GB, in Baltimore. There's a video of it, right? And there's a video that was made from the bridge of that cargo door blasting just straight into the sky a little bit. And those doors really weigh tons, so explosive stuff. There are 7 ships called Sus on Vessel Finder. Insurance and coverage, yeah. Okay, so what do we have coming next? We have a big MSC container ship that looks pretty empty from this angle. Got a few more smaller tankers and general cargo ships. And then another container ship coming from Antwerp. Yeah, we see the big container ship actually. Is it? No, there's some stuff on it. It's just not super stacked. Am I still into Lego stuff? Yeah, I do some Lego sometimes. It's been a while since I got it. It's been since January since I bought my last Lego set, Airwolf. But that was the Titanic, so I'm kind of broke in terms of Lego budget. Seems for us on the locks, well, there's an equal amount of smoking. Okay. I remember ARC, although I do remember that there was a smoking and non-smoking section when I was a kid on planes. Yes, the Dutch Pride. It's for all the Dutchies out there. Cue the national anthem of the Netherlands. Grain. I think a lot of cargo can accumulate gases, and when they're not properly handled, it can explode. Yeah. The ship that we almost saw strand on the side here of the. I really wonder what the story was there. All right, until the 2 bigger container ships get here, I think we have another tanker ship. Oh, look at that. There's like a whole armada of smaller general cargo ships as well on their way. Cool. Honestly, this might be a record-breaking stream for amount of ships that we've seen. This might be the stream with the most ships that we've seen since we started doing this over a year ago now. A big fat cigar. I remember when I was a kid and I was on a restaurant thing with my parents, and you still were allowed to smoke in restaurants, while my parents were kind of against it. And there was a guy lighting up like a massive fat cigar. It was super stinky, and my parents' reaction was like, "Oh, we're just gonna start coughing violently." As if that would stop them. So they were like coughing constantly. I remember it's like, what are guys doing? That's funny. That was their reaction. We're gonna cough. I'm glad though that smoking is not allowed anymore in all those places. It stinks. It just stinks. Smoke whatever the hell you want outside. I don't care about that. And it's unhealthy as well, right? Passive smoking. Talking about smoking, look at that chimney of the MSC ship. That is a smoker. Is this an LNG tanker? I didn't... You've been inside the Elizabeth a few times. Wait, that sounds... Meta Pepe, that's your first message. It sounds wrong. I'm glad you added nice crew at the end. Otherwise it would have sounded really weird. Oh, it's an LPG tanker, okay. 97 meters long, 16 meters wide. Let me check where it came from. Dude, it's a really rush hour for the ships. She came from Ireland, from Cork. Nice crew on the ship, okay. So this is a liquid gas type thing. Liquid petroleum gas, yeah, that's the name. I didn't know, Ulrich. I learned today now. Oh, the Dutch Pride is again revving its engine. There's a black smoke of plume coming out of her now. And she's slowly maneuvering into the canal. Maybe she was waiting because she was maybe asking which lock she had to take before she went in. Meanwhile, the water has all the rocks here have been completely submerged again in the water. Very rumbly sound coming from this one. It's a hobby for me, Meta Pepe. It's a hobby for me. If I had to do it all over again, there might be a good chance that I would start working in the maritime world, but I feel like I'm too old to make a switch now. Having a family and a house and stuff, yeah. The switch will not happen in this lifetime. Maybe in the next lifetime I'll be a pirate. Is there a way for me to see Mayday calls? No, not that I know, Falco. That would be cool, but I think they can declare, maybe if they update their AIS data to something, but I'm not sure. Or crap. Hey dogs, good afternoon. The Elizabeth. I feel like we've seen Elizabeth before. Have we checked it? Oh no, first time today. Never mind then. Yeah, I was thinking of that too. I don't think they have a squawk code. They do have an AIS status, like constricted and stuff like that, but I don't think they use that for emergencies, like planes do. Not maybe somebody more knowledgeable in chat. We have a lot of knowledgeable people in the chat now, so they will tell me yes they do, and I'll be like, oh, they do. Yeah, you can see when the Coast Guard is called out in Holland. That is true. Yeah. I don't think Belgium has any public data on that though. All right, let's turn around. A lot of small coaster shippies and even sailboats coming now. Look at that thing. Nice little red sailboat. Looks fresh. Do this angle for a minute. You've been in the business for over 12 years now, and in my free time I still enjoy watching more ships. I always say that if you choose to work in the maritime world, it's almost like a lifestyle, especially if you work on a ship. I feel like it's a lifestyle choice that you make. Like so a lot of people are born into it as well, I feel like. This is the Madame. Oh, that's a sailing vessel. It's Madame. Would be ma'am in Dutch. And then we have a small coaster again. That is the, wow, the Marine S, 88 meters long, 30 meters wide, but then more impressive to me, she is built in 1987. That is the year I was born. My goodness, that is an old ship. And I can say that because she's as old as me. And she's still going strong, huh? Cool. So this ship is 38, 37 years old. God, I hate seeing that number. Working on board is hard, yeah, I can imagine. More paperwork, yeah. We seem to be suffering from irregularities these days, that's how I call it. Regulations, regulations, more rules, more regulations, more complexity, more rules, and more rules on top of rules, on top of rules, on top of rules. Double bridge, oh yeah, just noticed that. It's interesting. Ooh. No, camera, please. Look at that, she has a double bridge. So they can see better when there's a big cargo on deck, I assume. I can only imagine that's the reason for it. It was named Rocket Raccoon earlier? Really? I can't believe the ship is 38 years old and still in service. That's so cool. Oh, everywhere I look, there's ships now. It's crazy. I remember times that we stood here that we barely saw one ship on the entire river, and I can't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I see at least 25 ships just within my eyesight. So much traffic today. Record. Yeah, I want to make a command for that. Most ships spotted in a day. Yeah. Can you add that to the mod channel so I remember when I update the bot stuff later? Thank you. Love you, Toast. All right, really cool this double bridge mechanism. Never seen it before. I think what we saw was one where there was like a little steering cabin in the front of the ship, not on top of the bridge. So real quick, we'll take a look at the MSC Soraya that is coming from Antwerp. One of the final ships that left Antwerp probably for today. And we saw her come in on Friday, so she was only in port for 2 days. Seems she had a liftable bridge before. Oh, one of those movable bridges. Okay. And the bulbous bow. Oh, they removed it? Yeah, I don't see any markings for it anymore on her. Interesting. So she definitely had some work done to her over the past 38 years. Soraya is making good speed here. The Marine S has loaded grain here a few times. Okay. Now she's going to Ghent, definitely to pick up something because she's pretty high in the water. Ooh, another cool thing I just noticed on her. She has like these little portholes on the side. Little windows. It's also something you don't see that often on these ships. In that location at least. Then we got another ship. There's a lot of ships coming, so we gotta jump between a little bit. So this is the next one coming in. Looks like another general cargo ship, but a bit bigger. This is the Oslo Carrier, 107 meters by 18 meters, on the way to Ghent. Before coming here, she came from, let's check, IJmuiden, which is the port near, well, the entry point to Amsterdam. Before she was in IJmuiden, she was in Morocco. You're ignoring the sailing, y'all. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta pick my my ships now. There's too much to look at. And one of the bigger ships is also very close by, so I wanna. Okay, let's go down the list now, because if I zoom out, you'll see that there's like a whole train of ships coming. So we had the Oslo 2. Behind the Oslo 2, I see a red ship. Let's see what that one is. I'm gonna also radar it because it's gonna be crazy this. We have the Baltic Star also going to Ghent. Damn, the locks are gonna be super busy. Baltic Star came from Sutton Bridge in the UK. 88 meters long, 13 meters wide, and it's a brand new ship, the red one. It's built in 2025, so another brand spanking new shippy. Then after her, or behind her, sorry, we have the Runa, another general cargo ship. That's on the destination is for order, so I don't know where it's going. It came from Newport in the UK. That one is 111 meters long and 14 meters wide. And then of course behind the three smaller ones, we have the next MSC ship, the MSC Carol, 328 meters long, 48 meters wide, built in 2021. She came from Thames in the UK. Before that, she was in Las Palmas, Spain, but that's the Canary Islands. And before that, she did 2 stops in South Africa. She was in Cape Town and Durban. So she's delivering stuff mostly from the south of Africa, I guess, to Europe. I wonder if we saw the MSC Carol before. Can we do the scene command on her? Or is this a new one in our MSC spotting log? So many ships here, look at that. What just happened to, what happened to the mic? I don't think anything happened, right? Is the mic okay? Or is loose audio scuffed? Oh, we're too close? Why didn't anyone say that? Jesus Christ. There we go. Okay, hopefully that's better. I lowered it a bit. And then I'll push this one down. Okay, there we go. You did? Yeah, that's true. I just got excited for seeing so many ships. Maybe I started talking louder and louder. Apologize about that. All right, let's follow the big one. Because, you know, we're all here for the big ships, right? I mean, I don't see the mic on me. Is this because of the strike? Yes, it is. So a ton of pilots guided ships outwards this morning, and now they're all coming back in with another ship. The bridge is at the front. That's always like this on these bigger container ships. It's not really in the front, right? There's a whole stack of containers in front of it. Giant yellow chimney. Yeah, it's just visible because she's very empty. So I guess she already dropped a lot of containers. There's not a lot of traffic between South Africa and Europe. Oh. Oh my goodness. Now the mic completely fell on the ground. Jesus, things are falling apart, guys. Okay. Yeah, this was absolutely a mic drop moment. It's cool to see how she is overtaking the smaller ships, because I think all of them are going to Ghent. The 4-year-old ship looks like 30. Welcome to the maritime world. A ship of this size will rarely reach the age of 30. They'll usually retire after 20-ish years, 20 to 25, and then they'll retire these ships. But she is absolutely rusty as hell. Look at that. We already did a rust rating today, but she would rate very high on the rust scale, I think. Well, probably like a 6 or a 7. $20.25 is not. No, it's not. But I've never or rarely seen a ship of this size, like the 300+ meter ships, that are older than 20 years. Like these smaller ones, they have a lot longer lifespan than the bigger ones. Yeah, I've seen a lot of videos and photos, Dro. It's absolutely crazy. I also read somewhere, I'm not sure if it's true or not, but I read it in an article, I think, that the cost price to build one of these massive container ships, if they do one long distance trip from Asia to Europe with cargo on it, it's already paid off, the ship. Just in pure revenue. Of course, there's costs for running the ship and fuel and crew, but just the revenue that this ship generates pays for itself in one long distance trip. That's what I read, at least. There's so much money going around in this industry, it's insane. Let's do it, all on credit. Yeah, let's buy a 400 meter ship. I had to scratch to buy the drone. I don't think a ship this size will ever work for me. I'm sorry. The Frida Bulker is taking the entirety of the small lock. I would assume that they're gonna use the big lock maybe to honestly, I think all the ships that we just saw come in will all fit in that big lock. It's absolutely massive. Too bad we're not parked on top of the grass here, or we could check it out. Dude, the Baltic Star looks fresh. Very fresh. This is a brand new ship, by the way. It's from 2025. So pretty empty, this one, huh? I wonder if she's gonna go to dry dock anytime soon. I know some of you can see when they're scheduled for dry dock. The G already suffered. Oh yeah, indeed, the G is already chipped off a bit. Just noticed that. Awesome. Is it a Netherlands flag? It is. It's a Dutch ship. No idea, blue. I just follow the categories as from the radar website. I just follow whatever they classify a ship as. But very roughly, chemical oil products, crude oil, container, general cargo. It's 4, bulk is 5. So 5 big categories, I would say, and then there's more specialized categories like offshore tugboats, offshore supply ships, or is it offshore something. The heavy load carrier, we have the ro-ros, we have vehicle carriers. There's fishing boats, there's pleasure crafts. Yeah, there's actually a lot of categories. Fruit juice tanker, reefers. That's refrigerated container ships. Cement carriers we've seen as well. I think on the website you can actually see all the categories. She's for dry dock next year. Okay, she can use some love for sure. There's also a category that we never get here, which is the livestock ships. So that's exactly what you think it is. That's to transfer animals. I think they're mostly in Southeast Asia. Well, I think in Turkey and stuff, they also use them. Military. Yeah, stats, there you go. On the website you can have stats. So, what are the categories? Container ship, general cargo. Well, you can look at it yourself. No need to. Wine carriers. Wow, that was a busy moment on the river. Now traffic will die down again for the evening, I think. We can look at the Runa also coming into Ghent. She's also getting ready. Bismarck class. The warships never come up the river here, unless maybe there might be an event of some sort. But other than that, we will not see a warship here. Additionally, Belgium doesn't really have any navy anymore. They have a few ships, but they're jokes. So, yeah. My dude is heading out for getting the mooring lines. Don't fall over, buddy. You have the whole stream watching you. How much are the ship pilots? Not enough apparently, because the Belgian ones are on a strike for the past week and still on a strike. But they're not completely not working. What they do is they only work during the daylight hours. So currently there's a queue of 80 ships in front of the coast sign. Well, after all the ships that we just saw coming in, the queue might be a little bit smaller, but yeah. Lots of these ships have been waiting for quite a while to come in. So, as this one fades away, I'm also going to wrap up things here for today, I think. Traffic will die down. So, very eventful last hour, tons of ships. If you liked the ship spotting, don't forget to drop a follow. If you're watching on Kick or Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, you can subscribe. Yeah, other than that, thank you all for watching. Shout out to the mods for, as always, being very helpful with the overlays and stuff. This car is just gonna park in front of us. And yeah, I'll see you all next week for more ship spotting. Bye-bye.